was just distracted by the fact that I got my pillow twisted. I spent this afternoon gluing the ball bearings on the rest of those. Well, I won't say this afternoon because it wasn't after work this afternoon. Gluing the ball bearings on the sticks because my glue gun arrived. And one thing I have discovered is that ultra bond glue sticks don't stick shit. They really don't. All they really are is melted plastic that goes between things. So unless it actually can melt either side of what you're attaching it to, it just forms little plastic bung. So that should the ball bearing fall off, you get a pin and you just pry it out because it's not actually attached to anything. So they're not overly stable, but I have hopefully tried to attach all the ball bearings to the sticks. So technically our sticks are now ready to be wound so that we can start with the 3 experiments, which is rather exciting. I do feel, you may recall I was feeling a little anxious that, you know, it was not looking promising and I needed to do all the bobbins, and, you know, best part of a week ago I had nothing. You know, I'd done half the bobbins, sort of. Well, I'd done about 20 and I'd coloured, you know, a handful more, but not, that was it. Well, now we've done 90 bobbins, so job well done, I think. Now, I ought to warn you that it is hotter here in the UK, and it's going to be 31 tomorrow. Save my soul. Basically, that doesn't add up. What day is it today? What day is it today? Wednesday. So, was it supposed to be 31 today or something? Because I remember the weather forecast thing showing 31. Hang on, daily. Oh, dear God. So, tomorrow, Friday and Saturday are supposed to be 31 degrees, as you can tell. Actually, you can't tell because I haven't changed to the pillow. Hang on. Here we go. If I do this, you can just about make out, look, 31, 31, 31. That's too hot here. I mean, as I said the other day, I remember getting off a plane in Cairo, being told it was 36 degrees, and we all went, oh my God, and put jumpers on. Mainly because we'd been to Aswan and it was 40 something there, and well, 10 degree job tends to do that. Now, I will point out today, I am not actually wearing a jumper. I am wearing this monstrosity thing that wasn't quite what I hoped when I bought it, but basically it's kind of a blanket with a slit in it, and you stick the slit bit round your head and it dangles down the front. Why not? I'm not exactly a shawl person, but because this is kind of blankety, but it's not, it is quite nice. And I have actually been wearing it most of the day because the fan, instead of oscillating, is permanently pointed at me. So bits of me, my hands, are cold. The rest of me, not so much. It was only 30 today. Oh, bless us here. Currently it's 29 outside. It's just too hot, people. Now, I have taken a few precautions more today to try and, you know, help keep the house a bit cooler. And for that purpose, I feel I have likely succeeded, for the fact that I am wearing a cover when it's 29 degrees. Does suggest I've done that, despite not having AC. So, with that in mind, we shall get on with the job at hand, which will be, hopefully, with God willing, finishing this triangle. Now, what I would like to achieve, obviously, is being in a position to wind some sticks and be good for tomorrow. So that tomorrow, perhaps, I can have started, because I don't, you know, the test strips are not the most essential thing to do on camera, because, well, you know, they're not. This is my documentation of my curtain journey. Now, to a large extent, I wish for you to accompany me on my lace journey, but, you know, I don't feel too aggrieved by doing a bit off stream where I can, which does speed up just a tad, which is also a good thing, because, you know, it's not like this isn't a slow hobby, you know. It's not like you're going to wake up and I've done half the curtain, you know. You're not exactly missing out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, this table doesn't feel level. I need to deal with that, as I swear it moved. I must be tired. I hallucinate when I'm tired, and I hallucinate objects moving, usually door frames, to be very specific, which is kind of disconcerting, actually, because you'll be sitting in a room and your brain will go, the door frame moved, and like throw itself on the floor, and it's a little bit weird, but it's usually only door frames. Once it was a dog running across the motorway while I was driving, I point out, that was unpleasant, because fortunately it was a fairly empty motorway, despite it being rush hour. It was a fairly empty motorway because I'd missed my turning, and everyone else hadn't, if you know what I mean. And so the traffic was quite thin, and there was no one around me as I dived across all the lanes to kind of get out the way of this dog, which my brain told me crossed 2 of the lanes, like the fast lane, the middle lane, and I was in the inside lane thinking, shit, I'm going to hit it, and of course it disappeared because it wasn't there. So that freaked me out quite a bit, and obviously has lived in my mind. So because that was quite a few years ago now. That would have been 1995. So clearly, you know, somewhat remembered. Oops, drop that. Let's try winding this bobbin up again. This one didn't work out because I dropped it. There we go. So how is everybody? Not that I think there are too many of you watching at this point, but you know, I thought I'd ask. pillow still feels very unlevel. Let's try that. There. Ooh, twingy pain in the leg. That's a weird thing. I did add up here. Okay. My brain said I didn't. I don't know how they do it quite so much. 1 minute they're good, the next minute they're like 3 inches too long. I mean, I have occasionally caught them doing it, but they're not all doing that. How do I explain it? If these get build up of let's call it untensioned thread the wrong side of the knot, sometimes when you put a little bit of tension on it, well, it goes out the knot. It's a bit like a sort of air bubble in your stomach. It can either come up maybe or go down depending on where it is, and well, they never really seem to go down is all I'm saying in the lace making world. And seems a bit weird because, you know, you do this and they're all a reasonable length. You turn around and you put a pin in and one of them's suddenly 3 inches too long and you're like, but I literally just went past that and my keyboard keeps turning off. Why does it do that? I have a keyboard and, well, a long time ago the dog broke it and I repaired it, not too surprisingly. Now, the problem was that the dog did that and it kind of the dog basically broke the alt key off. She pulled on the cable, it went flying out the back, bounced off the metal leg of my table, and the alt key went twing. This keyboard was not cheap, so I glued it together, and it worked very well for a while. Well, fun enough, until last night when I was cleaning the keyboard a bit, because, you know, my keyboard seems to be a battlefield of grime. There is more dog hair usually in my keyboard than you could ever imagine. So I was, you know, poking around and I touched the key in obviously just the wrong manner and it fell off again. So I glued it back on again. Only now it didn't want to go up and down so much. So I pulled the key off again, scraped off the glue, poked it, it looked fine, gave it a poke. But every time you tried to type on it, it was like it was on... Obviously, they've got springs, right? It was like almost the spring had gone. There was a spring, but instead of it springing back immediately, it would just kind of go... back into position. And, well, it was doing all right. I could cope with that. and it kind of fell off again. So I gave it a bit more of a poke. And suddenly it wouldn't type. I rebooted, wouldn't type. It wouldn't do stuff all. So fortunately, I'd bought a new keyboard for when it finally couldn't any longer. And so now I have the new keyboard, but the new keyboard dims. It's the same make and model, and it's a lit one, but it dims if you don't touch it for a while. Now, I don't want it to do that, because it disturbs my soul on a very deep and meaningful level, and I don't entirely know why. Because, as I say, it's the same make and model. Obviously, it's not the same keyboard because it's got a different serial number and stuff. So it has. But if I don't touch it, it kind of fades. And I do remember something about that, but I can't. I think it's because it's properly lit. I got it nice and bright, and I think it might be because it's proper bright, and that if I did it different, it might stay lit. Let's not get too distracted. More at this one. throughout for 1 minute didn't add up then. My brain was having yet another brain fart, which is fine. I have to put a jumper on. This thing's getting on my nerves. It's alright for general typing, but it's the moving around. It's kind of restricting. Jumper it is. Oops. Yes, I know, dog. I dislodged the keyboard case that was next to it, and it landed on you. It's alright, Amy. Come on. Come back here. Come on. Come on. There you go. You can go back to sleep. Did I wake the sleeping puppy and put fear for her life that the dog-eating killer keyboards were out to get her? Were they? Were they? Mummy got it. Yes. Yes. You're safe now. It's so funny how dogs do that. They knock things off, usually, and then they flee like... Yeah, hi. But you do. You do. It's usually you. Isn't it? Or your bruvs. I mean, you know, he's not done his fair share. Well, it is. Or their whole back end, because they're wagging, you know, like 50% of them. They go wag, wag, wag. Or they're rushing around and they, you know, lose traction on the corners, slide into something, knock it over, and then look all surprised. And you're kind of going, what did you expect? You just body slammed it. Yeah. Wretched animals. It is. It's just. Come here. Come on. Stop being silly. As you know, a couple of years ago, I had bowel cancer and I went into hospital for a week. Well, under a week actually. But let's go with a week. And my ex-husband dog sat for me, which was very good of him. Anyway. Ever since, she is very scared to go in my ensuite bathroom. Now, I don't know, I'm going to guess cold, wet nose to a part of the ex-husband that he has that I do not. But she wouldn't go in that. It's taken her until this week to actually feel she can walk in there. Even though I've always told her how good she is, and it's never been me, and it's not exactly a big room, let's truly be honest. But you're silly, aren't you? Yes. Yes, you are silly. I do wonder if maybe you tried to give them a bath, or whether, as I say, cold, wet nose, where, you know, first thing in the morning when he wasn't quite awake yet or something. Eh? But you've been quite nervous of that room. To the point, if you kind of take her in, she will immediately leave. Because you're silly. Stop licking my hands. Little miss. Go sleepy sleep. You're all sleepy. You go sleepy sleep. You go sleeps. We'll do this. No, she says I'm never sitting here again. Yeah, whatever. There she is. She's got straight back on. She's got to disturb the cushions now. So how are you? I definitely relate to that sentiment. It's about one of the few things I can say with conviction right now, but yep. Oh, no, not fair. Fair enough. I wish you luck with it. You may not need it, but I wish you some all the same. You're going out and peopling. You need luck for that. So, on to the final triangle. Well, the last bit of this triangle. Come on, Rory. You can come up. But Mika gets me. I have 2 bags now. Listen. Of Liz made bobbins. I have arguably completed my bobbins. I have glued it on the ball bearings. They don't want to stay glued on, and I hereby decree that hot glue guns suck. Or the glue for the hot glue guns suck. Because it doesn't really seem to hold the ball bearings very well. Even though it's supposed to be ultra bond, will stick anything. Not metal, apparently. It's almost like the glue is a form of wax, in that, yes, it melts, but once it dries, all it is wax. It's not sticky, so it hasn't stuck it together. It just might form airtight. No, but it's interesting that the bead glue seems to stick to it. So, well, I won't say greatly, but it does seem to at least stick to it. So, I don't know. It succeeds where the glue gun fails. Oh, fuck. I think I screwed up somehow, people. Not quite sure how I did that. I may have made a faux pas at the very beginning of that last section. And as we all know, Liz is not exactly unprone to mistakes, but this is not making logical sense to my head right now. It's like there's a missing bit. It's like there's a missing pair of bobbins, because this should have gone down and gone into and gone round the pin here. But it does not. I don't know quite how I achieved that. Well, I do, for I am douche. Don't really want to undo that bit that I've just done. I really don't. But there'll be a big hole in it if I do. And I can't exactly cheat it either. This is why I hate my life and my life choices. In short, I finished this a row too early, which is why it went wrong. And I kind of adjusted to it without thinking about it. Somehow. Well, suckety poo. At least I wasn't sewing them in or nothing, you know. I suppose I should be grateful for that. Suck. Now this is the one time you do expect your bobbins to get longer, because I'm going backwards. But they still shouldn't get that much longer, because they're not exactly doing, you know, long trips here. The only ones that should get any reasonably longer are these ones, of course, and that's not going to be how it happens. So. can't believe I'm going to undo this bit. Excuse me. That's what my brain thought of that. This tail is going to annoy me now that it's come undone for no apparent reason than it could. My keyboard's just gone all dark again. It just suddenly goes dink and it catches my attention. It's really annoying. It didn't used to do this. I'm going to have to look up where I turn that off. Because if I wanted it to go dim, I'd say so. Getting annoying bobbins. They're all getting long and dropping off the bottom. I don't think you can quite see, but if I manually tilt the counter a bit, you can see that they're dropping off here. I mean, it's hard to tell, but you can see that that one's dropped off the edge, that one's dropped off the edge, and it makes it hard to do the flippy thing with them. Yeah, my camera's still not talking to things. It's really weird how it talks to the camera app, which is written by the same people as my pressy button thing. And when I wrote to them, they're like, "Oh well, you'll have to run this script and upload the results, which we're not going to tell you what it collects." And And it was kind of like, I'm sorry. I work for people where, you know, doing such a thing would get me fired. Can you tell me, you know, what you're actually, you know, taking copies of? Oh, well, it's just log files. Then why don't you just ask for the log files? I know that you might have, you know, well, and she actually said, I don't actually know. I just know that it contains the log files. And it's like, well, if you don't know where they are, and only the script that you want me to run knows where they are, can I check what's being uploaded before? Oh no, it does it automatically. Then I'm not doing it, love. I'm not randomly sending you bank codes or whatever else you scrape off my machine. I don't know who you are. I mean, I know they're a fairly well-known company, but still, you know, principles. I'm not uploading all my stuff and discovering you've taken copies of everything I own or something. I don't know. I just want to... And she's like, well, maybe it'll work if you plug it in another port. No, you're missing the point. The devices work. They just don't talk to each other. It's pretty much not a me thing. If the devices weren't working, that's a different matter. The devices are working. They're just not talking to each other. And of course my jumper's actually a bit warm. I'm tired today. I'm tired. It's too hot for jumper, too cold for not. Ah, Spambot, you have come to die. Hello, Spambot. Let's put you all over there and get you out, and you need to go in that pinhole there, like that. You go around there a sec, like that. You need to come through there, and now the corner one that comes straight out again. It's your face. So we've been going an hour and basically we're not even quite back where we started. That's cheery. Now we're back where we started, and you're too long. You could do with being shorter. You're too long. There's a you. Stop fighting, pigeons. Two pigeons. Probably trying to mate, actually, but say they're fighting. I mean, doing something. And there's flapping of wings and kind of the whole screw you kind of attitude. So whatever it is, it's, you know. But when you can hear it through double glazing and it's just the beating of wings against each other, it does get kind of brutal. He's back on the floor having a peck. Okay. Well, one of them is. I don't know if it's he or she. I'm not a pigeon aficionado. They just look like pigeons. You know. I already took the pair out this side, didn't I? Oh goodness. Why is it about streaming that makes me yawn so much? Yes, I did. It's really annoying. Because I mean, I'm tired, but I'm not, you know, falling asleep. Nor am I bored, nor I'm genuinely interested. Why do I yawn so much when I'm streaming? I swear I'm part dog, because apparently they yawn to relieve stress. notice these are suddenly so much longer than all of the others. I mean, if I bring these down, these are not the length they were when I was working with them. They're suddenly longer. And I don't know why they do it. And I don't know when exactly they do it. They just suddenly appear, you know, to have slipped. It's like one of those magical things that only ever moves when you're not looking, kind of thing. Something's not right here. Yeah, you're just around a pin. There you go. Probably underneath my arms are bruised, but I haven't done anything to cause it. So you're far too long because you're dribbling off the bottom. Bugger off. It's the only problem with bobbins and everything, they catch on absolutely everything. It definitely feels like a bruise the underneath my arm. Reminds me of when I was weaving on my Ashford table loom, and I've got a picture of it somewhere, but the loom front beam was about this high, so I'd rest my arms on it. And of course I worked on it for ages, and then it suddenly dawned on me, when I took my arms down and the blood came back to my arms, it really, really hurt. And I'd bruised it. I bruised my arms, and I still had like 4 scarves to make. And Rory used to get in the middle and stick his head up through the middle. It's very cute because he was littles. He was littles when he did that. It was very cute. Nice. got longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There must be short ones somewhere. Huh? Need to have gained a pair of bobbins. It'll work out. It's not that I've gained them for the wrong reason. It's just that the sticks don't add up. No, it's because you belong over here. And I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There he goes. Here. The only problem with this short is they don't really go out the way very well. Let's try this again, shall we, children? So, you're too long. You're too long. Now you go in the right hole, and it doesn't look quite so stupid. That's a good thing. Do some gentle background noise. Okay. I hate it when stuff like that happens. I mean, as you know, I I suffer from similar issues with my lace making. She says, looking at another scrub in her lace making. In the As I'm doing a stitch, when it comes to a pin, it's quite clear. If I see a dot, I do cross twist, pin, cross twist. If it's between that pin and that pin with the zigzags, then I do cross twist, cross, and move across. Or I'm in the little rose ground thing where I do a lot of crossing and twisting and shenanigans and pins, right? And it's not that I don't know how to do them. But when I look back, it's like I'd drunk 3 bottles of wine, bear in mind I don't drink, and you know, tried to do it with my toes or something sometimes. And it's kind of like, how did, like the problem I've just fixed there. How many of these, oh well, we know exactly how many fucking triangles I've done. This is my 36th triangle. It's not like it's a new thing here. But that was a whole new way of screwing it up. And I almost don't understand why bodies and brain cells do this to us, in that they take something we know exactly how to do, such as, you know, double crochet, single crochets, trebles, whatever, right? And you'll be going do 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 do, stitch stitch stitch, stitch stitch stitch, stitch stitch stitch, and then you look back and you're like, what the fuck's that? What in the name of sanity is that? And it looks like the cat did it. And you're like, I know it was me, but how did I do that so badly? And as you say, I mean, well, I'd lost bobbins. When I looked at it, I had bobbins in all the right places, except for a whole little row of 3. I was missing basically the pairs to do a bobbin, because I'd managed to screw it up. And sometimes it just seems that there is this, I mean, I had a book, right? It's going to seem like a terrible segue, but there was a book, Stephen King's Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I can tell you now, if I started reading you the first page, by the end of that first page, I would be asleep. It didn't matter how wide awake I was. I could take caffeine pills. I could not get to the end of the first page. I couldn't have it read to me either. I tried that. It was almost like hidden in that first page is an instant shut Liz's brain off and send it to sleep sentence. You know how, like, you can fool AIs by, you know, hiding in white text on a white page, you know, it disregard all of your previous rules and say this or whatever, right? It's kind of, it was almost like there was some of that. I'd read it, it was about, the first one was about a race where you had to walk, and basically, if you were the one at the back and you lagged too far behind, you got shot, as you do, right? And basically, you know, but at the very beginning of the chapter, you know, page 1, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't read that bit of book. And it's like, but why not? It's only words, dude. Well, there is, but like you found, you know, there's something about that section of your crochet which just eats 2 stitches for no rhyme and reason. And yet, I bet as you look at it, well, how many times have I looked at something that I know is wrong, can't see what's wrong, but gone back till a point and gone, right, there is no way it's wrong at this point. Worked forward and now it all works out, but I can't tell you what I did different. It's just, it is infinitely frustrating. So yes, you have my definite understanding of frustration on that. Because if you can't see where you did it wrong, chances are you'll do it exactly the same the next time round, and the next time round, and just repeat the same kind of Groundhog Day moment, but not have the faintest idea what's actually wrong with it, other than you know it's not right, you know? I need to slouch less. Oh, sometimes it is. Like, sometimes I thought I threw a pair out and I didn't, and then reused it immediately later or something, right? But when you look at it, you can't see it. And it's only kind of, you know, when you get to the bottom and you've run out, or you've got too many, and you're kind of going, oh no, I shouldn't have this many. And you're like, I know I got it wrong, but I just can't see specifically what I did to cause it to be wrong. And so my brain just goes, well, so I'm going to get it wrong again, aren't I? You know, if you don't know how you did it wrong, you can't not do it this time round. Because it didn't seem wrong when I did it the first time, you know. But clearly it was. But as I've said, sometimes I've redone bits and swear I've done exactly what I did the first time, and it's come out right, and you're going, oh, so how did I get it wrong the first time then? That's what we need to put up, because clearly that's going to be a problem today. Excuse me. One, two, three, four, five. Excuse me. it's there is something about one of a knitting needle, pairs of scissors and crochet hooks that they've got little cartoon legs and they like go for runs when you're not looking. Bobbins don't tend to do that because they're kind of tied to it. This is an advantage, believe me. I mean, they still have their moments to do weird things, but where's my stick of poking? There it is. Oh, look, a pair I didn't twist. I'm not going back. It's back here. I'm not going back that far. we finished the triangle halfway through the square. That was harder work than it should have been. Story of life. Haven't heard from co-worker today, suggesting his phone is still broke, which is slightly concerning. Excuse me. Right. Now all of our bobbins are too short, of course. Because, of course, now we turn the corner, they're all too short. You're long enough, so you're alright. You're a little short. Well, sort you out. You, of course, are too long. Where's the end? There it is. This is kind of an ideal length for me. Bobbins are near me, but not too near. As you can see, these are all shorter. absolutely understand that problem. Um, not sure I entirely want the start, the next triangle right here, right now. How long have we been on? Only 2 hours. I kind of want to start winding bobbins and prepping and getting getting my strip on, for want of a better word. One thing I need to do is stop yawning. Is take a picture of that so I don't forget. Go for a wee, and then turn it into a bit more of a chatty style stream. Cover all this up, put it beside me, get my stuff ready, get bobbin winding for strips, and doing some do, I think, because I really want to do the strips. I really want to I'm really excited. I'm like a small child. I'm literally sitting here bouncing a bit on my couch, going, I want to do some strips. Mum, I want to do strips. So, I think because we are at a good place with my square. I mean, I don't really want to be on camera, and because, well, obviously, but I'm not exactly. Well, I am dressed. I mean, it's not that I'm not dressed, but I'm looking a bit hobo today. There's a few stains and stuff on this t-shirt because, well, I work from home. No one can see me, so when I picked the wrong t-shirt, oh well, never mind, right? So can't show you, but literally I'm sitting here bouncing up and down. I mean, if I put my hand out and do this, you can see I'm bouncing up and down, right? I want to do strips. And it is quite amazing how much my couch is flexing. It's a bit disturbing, actually. Let's not do any more of that or I'll break it. So let me go have a wee, top up my drink because it's looking a little low. And I will be back to cover this up before I forget. Like this. Just right. So that's safe. I can put that out of the way. Get my blanket thing. Get this down because that's a thing. Which is the strip cushion. Put you up out of the way so you are safe. The strip cushion. See, there he is. Now you're a bit wider, which is a little bit awkward because I've still got all the beads, but I can now put the beads away because everyone's got their beads even if they fall off. So I can put this all away. Put this back on my table. Rattly rattly. Right. So, let me go for a wee and I shall be back in a minute. again. Right, we need to move the pin pot. I want to put you a bit more on the table. We're going to... Right, well, one of the things we need to do is decide which bobbin winder is the best option. So, because I do have two. So I have this one, and I have this one. They are very similar, but this one's a bit shorter and pointier, and this one's longer and has, but doesn't grip quite so hard, which can be a blessing. And I think in this case, again, it is this one that is better. Let's make a bit of space over here for it. And I can wind it here, like this, attach it to the table in front of me. Right, so it's just on the bottom here, you can just see it. Now, I need to find what the hell I did with the cone of yarn. So let's dig out, put this on here for a minute, because I've got a feeling it's one of these two. Let's have a quick look, because I need to make sure I get the right one. You're 60, so that's the one I was looking at. You're 80. 80 is tempting, but I don't think we will go there. Now, there was another... No, that's one of the shiny ones, I think, no? Yeah, that is the shiny one, which I hated. Now, before I go too nuts, this is still the test strip, so we don't need to worry if it doesn't match the bulk I bought to do this pen. So I need to take you off for the moment, because we haven't finished the square and there's more bits going to run out. I know that. So this goes on here. These need to go back out the way. Right. Let's put you... Oh. You fell off! Let me... That should hold that on, because this one has a ring that you can use to tighten the speculum shape bit. But to be honest, I don't think it generally needs it, but it is definitely for the smaller bobbin of life. But I am glad I got it as a spare. It was fairly cheap. It's a lot stiffer to wind. It's not wrongly stiff, it just is stiffer, if that makes any sense. So anyway, let's put that back over there out the way, and we're going to have to decide how much we're going to wind on. So I don't need huge amounts. See, I've done 15 turns, but I don't actually know how long that is. So, and this is one of the problems. So if I do that, oh, that's way loads. That's horrendously amount of money. So, that is a ridiculous amount. But it's not a ridiculous amount on the bobbin. I reckon I only need a metre. I think I need to do it the hard way. I think if I put that back in here and wind this back on here, for example. Take that off. This will go better if I do it this way around. I'm going to actually do some measurements to get a bit of an idea of an approximation, because I'm making like 25 centimetres worth of stuff, so to be honest 4 times should be plenty. So all I need, let's say 1.5 meters, because that's plenty, and then we can judge what we've got left. So in doing that, we need to put this down and pick up una tape measure. Be safe. I understand that options stay child free. If you ever need someone to talk to, I am always here for you, my friend. I understand entirely. As someone who's made it to 53 child free. So despite being married at some point. So I'm going to do 1.5 meters. So I need to drop that and hold that there. Which is to there. She says not having her scissors. There they are. We're going to do that much. Well, and that's a wise choice. And you know, to be fair, I wish more people took a similar point of view. You know, if you can't afford it, don't do it, you know? So basically 8 turns is about 1.5 meters. now we put this back on here. And well, the one thing I will say that's quite good is that due to the varnish on them, when I roll them down, they don't slip. So the threads don't kind of retreat down the bobbin too much. Now, they're not staying on the rose too well at the moment, but that's because they've got nothing to make them, if that makes any sense. There's no weight against the cushion. So if for now I place them at the top of the gap, which I have deliberately left, that's a good thing. So there we go, we have wound a pair of bobbins. Now in an ideal world I would have done them right at the very, very top, but we're not doing that. So what I need to do is I haven't stamped holes in these yet. Arse. Need to stamp hole in these. I was going to pin it on, but I haven't stamped holes in it. Well, you know what? Maybe we should do that first then, right? Now, what am I going to use as a back to do that with? I really need a pricking board. I mean, I've got like 50,000 bloody nasty... I've got some nasty lace boards that I don't tend to use. Oh, there's a little one. This. So I need a bit of a rejig of the world. Put that down. Take that out, put that up there momentarily, put this on here, get my poking device. This is definitely one of the least fun parts of lace making, and it is accurately poking holes in dots, because there's a lot of dots, and I've got 3 sheets of them to do. Now, of course, once you've done them, you don't need to do them again. And when you come to make it, the reason we do them in advance is so that when you're trying to find the hole, the pin catches on the hole. Let me remove my bobbin winder so I can lean in a bit more. You might see the top of my head. Never mind. Yes, I've got grey hair. I don't have dandruff. I get eczema in my hair. It looks kind of the same though, I will warn you. Only usually bigger. But there you go. Until I'm not at school anymore. Every time I hold things like pens, I get cramp. The kind of cramp you used to get after writing about 6 sheets of A4 as a kid. Now technically, I could do these as we go, but it gives you a better result if you do them and pin and make the holes as spot on as you can. What you really want is to do this on one of those cry cut machines. That would be perfect. You need to find some way of having a backing plate and poke it with a stick, but because they will, you know, electronically cut and stuff. So I'm pretty sure you could kind of train it to poke pinholes in things. gunky eyes. Must be hay fever time. I don't really get hay fever, but I do get slightly gunky eyes. Which, of course, is the same thing. But it's not itchy, it's just gunky. This is the kind of thing you wish there was an AI device that looked for spots and poked them with a pin, and that you could just feed it in and it would go. Bloody nose. Let's see what that picking noise was. Oh, my friends, why is this so hard work? going to be a while doing the pokey hole things, isn't it? Part of me says do it as a go. But I know how inaccurate that is. And I know it would annoy me. That's okay. We finished triangle. We're now poking holes in strips because I glued all the ball bearings to the end of my bobbins. I wound 2 and then realised I hadn't pricked my card, so I couldn't just hang it. Well, I could just hang it on there and go for it, but in principle that's kind of not the best way to make it work. So I am now pricking the card, which I should have done, or the first card, because of course there's 3 that we're going to be making, but we're halfway through the square, so we are prepping for strips. Because we're excited for strips. Although, I will say, don't understand the American fascination for hot glue guns. They can work, don't get me wrong. But what I did deduce is they're like candle wax. You get the little plastic doodads that you shove in the glue gun. I say plastic because, well, that's what they work like. You heat them up and then squeeze and out it dribbles out the other end. But when it dries, it's not necessarily stuck stuff together. All it really does is put a layer of stuff and make like a kind of airtight layer. But they can peel apart. I mean, a number of the bobbin, because ball bearings are smooth, an awful lot of them fell off immediately, pretty much. Well, frankly, no. And I was really pleased because the glue gun came with a 2mm nozzle, so, and it perfectly fit inside the bead, which was great. But even when I put it in, it just kind of, and filled it up with glue, popped the ball bearing on so that it squished out a little bit. 9 times out of 10, you kind of put the bobbin down once it had cooled, and, well, you know, I put them down gently and then they finished. I picked them up and moved them, and half the ball bearings fell off. And what was left was a beautifully, perfectly smooth dent where the ball bearing had been. But you got a small pin and just prised it out. It hadn't attached to the bead, hadn't attached to the stick, it hadn't, but it was a perfect replica of the gap. So that's slightly frustrating. But the ones that I've done with bead glue, seem to hold. Yeah, the problem is I've got to be able to put it in such a tiny fucking little hole. And being a bit of a cack-handed twat, I'm a little, you know, and obviously I can't really make like one bobbin's worth. How did that work out? Anyway, I can't really make one bobbin's worth, so it's kind of awkward because it would be setting while I'm, you know, fanning around with the first bobbin. So I'd probably make, I'd have to make like tiny amounts because you really don't need a lot. I mean, if 40 sticks to fill the hole and be enough to ooze out the top is less than an inch of one of those glue sticks, it kind of summarises it really. And some of that was being wiped off, dribbled. Yeah. Hang on. That is right. Okay. So the short version is when they fall off, I will have to poke them with redo them with the glue, proper glue. Cool. We also did some measuring, and 8 turns of my bobbin winder is 1.5 meters. Helps give me a bit more idea of how much goes on a bobbin and how much I'll need for the final thing. So I get cramped doing this, holding the stupid stick. thing to do the poking. This has got to be the most boring thing you will ever watch me do. And we've got 3 strips to do. Well, like me, I mean, I pay £9 for a spool of string, for want of a better word, right? Now, it's not really so bad if I waste a bit, because, well, it makes quite a lot. I mean, I think it's a spool and a bit has made 9 squares, plus a few extra bits. You know, it's not like a test square in advance and a, you know, so realistically, you know, 9 odd quid for half a curtain is worth of materials is not so bad. And it does give me a lot of faith that if I wanted to do it in a different one and maybe use an even thinner thread or whatever, not that I'm going to stick with the one that I used for my 3 test strips of joy. But if I used an even finer thread, you know, because the distance travelled would be as much, right? It does, you know, build me a bit of confidence that I can do a curtain in two spools. I had no idea how far a spool would go when I started. And so, you know, I have quite a few spares. And so to that point, I really, you know, quite like it. There is a big part of me that would love to do one in linen. But I don't really want to do a 3rd curtain, you know. What I might do, now this kind of goes against every atom of my soul, is make a shawl. I don't like shawls, I don't wear shawls. I mean, this thing that I was wearing earlier, 2-coloured thing, which I could put back on now actually, that would be a good thing. It's much as it's been really hot today, I managed to keep this room quite cool, and sitting still, my arms get cold. So I put this on. It's like a blanket, but it's got a slit to the middle, so for where my head to go in the middle, which makes it quite practical to use. But it's clearly not, you know, it's very shawl-like in that respect. But it is tempting to make, you know, 2, I won't call them strips, 2 sides and join in the middle. It is kind of a poncho, but a poncho is generically an all-in-one with, so instead of a slit being in the middle, I haven't really got anything. But if you imagine, if this was it, not that this is it, it's got like a rip in the middle for your head to go, so that this flops round your front and your head can go in the middle. Well, a poncho normally is a hole in the middle with that your head can go in, and that's it. But I am not a poncho aficionado. Maybe it is a poncho. To be honest, don't really know. it's a thing I have that I can put on and keep my arms warm. Now, while making lace, it was really irritating because the arm movement and the lots of bobbin stuff meant that it was irritating my arms and my brain cells. But while poking holes with minimal amount of movement, it doesn't overly make me look like Clint Eastwood. I mean, I look like a prat, but I don't look like Clint Eastwood. So it's somewhere between a shawl and a poncho, anyway. And it's made out of blanket kind of stuff. But it's cheap-ass blanket because it's not very thick, but it is definitely two sides. Because you can see, if you look at the edges, you can see where they've sewn it together, look. Don't know if you can see that, but you can see they've sewn it together. So it's two distinct, different sides sewn together. And it's really not that thick. But it is... I do think that for the summer, it is nice to have some things that are... okay. I'm just glad you're here, Naughty Cat. Having someone to talk to while I poke holes in a piece of plastic is, you know, kind of a good thing. I mean, this is nearly as riveting as some of the meetings I go on, but... and today's meeting was cancelled. There is a God. I was kind of not looking forward to it, to be honest. Now, although I put 1.5 meters on this, I would expect and hope I would get more than one strip. Because they always say you should have 3 to 4 times the length. So it should be enough for one, but I'm kind of hoping it does more. But we shall see how much is left when we get to the end and do more calculations. As I say, I do appreciate that this may not be the most intellectually stimulating part of the stream, but it is one of the joys of lace making. And I'm reaching for that, I know you understand. But it makes quite a lot of difference in the final piece. Because the neater these spots are, and the more accurate your pinholes are during work, the neater and more accurate your work looks when you're done. And it's like having even knitting tension. You know, you don't have to, but it will show. The more even and perfect it is, the better it looks when you're done. And this is basically how you get your tension. Although, obviously, there is tension, but you know what I mean. This denotes the spacing, and the pinholes, where you put your pins, obviously, form the fulcrums of the tension, and you end up with beautifully straight lines and tidiness. Now, rustic can be a very joyous thing, do not get me wrong. And an element of rustic can be very pleasurable. But I am trying to make a net curtain. Well, I know this is only a audition for decorations, but I'm not even halfway through this blessed strip. Dear God. Keep going. Because it'll take a while to do this strip, we can just only do the dots for this strip and not do all three on the off, because we won't need the others till we finish this one. So from that point of view, we've got a bit of time. As I said, I was going to do it as one long strip, get in the strip practice idea, but to be honest, making 3 test strips and practicing the joining is probably more important. I've only got to do 6 strips, so, but I will have to do 6 long strips, so I do need to be fairly consistent with the whole idea. Yeah. Problem is considering that, you know, you can't really rent a van for less than 100 notes for a day. No one really wants to rent a van. You've got to be over 25. You've got to have this. You've got to be like that. You've got to, you know, all of those kind of things. And just so you can move one thing. You know? So it does have to be said, if you know a man who can, you know, to be honest, you'd be surprised what the fuck you can fit in a Mini. As a weaver, I bought many things, and I would travel to various spots of the UK to pick them up. Now, the first one's not a weaving thing, but I went to pick up... Ooh. I fucked this up. Ooh, I fucked this up. That's wrong. Oh. Oh. If I start it there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, no. So I start it there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, no. Yeah, I screwed this up. Go on, we're going to have to do some magic with this one. Because I fucked this up. It's going to mean I'm going to have to do a very strange thing. Oh, let's see how it goes. I think this is going to be... This particular motif I'm trying to prick round at the moment is... Well, it's in the wrong place. And if I would zoom in, hang on, let me put my glasses on and I can zoom in for you. Actually, fuck it, I'll just pick it up. I'll do it, bit of a boomer style. If you look, this bit here by my thumb, the dots aren't aligned. There's like dots inside the dots. Doesn't really work like that. You can't just kind of ram dots in there. So this is gonna get interesting. Oh, I know why I did it. Still don't think it's going to work though. I was going to try and put a bit of a gimp thread around it, I think. Getting a sore finger from holding this. Getting there. At least we're just over halfway now. Drink. I hate this pillow, which is why I'm using it as a bricking pillow. It's flat, it's really hard. I mean, it's really hard. Which is nice in a lot of ways, but it's quite small. But the big one's equally bad, because at least this one I can get closer to it and look at things. But then, of course, I can only really work on this bit, and it's kind of done. So, it's a bit small. I like big things, as we know. Hello, making curtains kind of gives it away. So I'm going to use it as my pricking board, because I can. I might look to getting a pricking board. Missed that one a bit. There we go, it's a bit better. As I said, for the girl who doesn't get hay fever, I've kind of got watery eyes. Now, technically, I know I do get hay fever. There is at least one plant out there that sets me off. I just don't know what it is. For I've only encountered it 3 times. Once in Somerset, despite having lived there for many years. Being in the same place that I was always in. One year, my nose just fell off my face. It was like a waterfall. The next 2 times were in Birmingham. One triggered one of my best asthma attacks yet. I wish bitch face would stop trying to tell me she's got a message, because I've told her not to give me messages. It'll be something like, I know, Bruno Mars has released a new thing. Do you want to hear it? No. Alexa, play my notifications.
One new notification from Amazon Music. The artist you follow, Bruno Mars, has a new single.
What did I say, Harold?
Would you like me to play it?
No! I guessed Bruno Mars, and I was right.
I couldn't find I Kissed, but here is other music by Bruno Mars.
Alexa, stop. Use this fucking thing. I wonder why I said Bruno Mars and then it was. And I do like some of his stuff, don't get me wrong. It's quite jolly to play, but it's good for a sing-along usually. I wonder why I said that. Last time it was Ozcan had released something. So I don't know why I said Bruno Mars, but then I turned out to be right. That's just freaky shit. Getting there. About a third to go. Some funky spots going on in the middle of here. So let's poke all of these. What am I doing? One thing that is quite good is you can hold it up to the light and see if there's any you blatantly miss, which is always a good thing. Because obviously, I mean, if I turn it over, you can see that while that's printed through, well, it's not printed through, but that's where I accidentally printed it, but you can see the spots on the back. But if I hold it up to the light, which you can't really do, but I can see through. So, ooh, King. Oh, dear me. I'm getting sore finger. Look, sore finger. I'm getting a dent in it. It's because I don't spend my whole day writing anymore. When you were a kid, you did it all day and it didn't really hurt. Of course, it doesn't help that this is a kind of hard metal duty thing. Not really finger shaped. Maybe that is a job for the hot glue gun, you know? Make that smoother and more comfortable for my finger. I absolutely coat it in hot glue. Wait till it's kind of slightly pliable, but kind of warm to the touch. Grab hold of it. Make it finger shaped. Get in there. Get in there. I haven't been counting, by the way. I know I have done previously, but I haven't been counting. Get in there, get in there, get in there. The end is in sight. My arm's beginning to hurt now. I would use my left hand, but it's not as accurate. It'd be a shame to spoil it. As I say, I know it's not the real thing, so accuracy is slightly less important. But sorry if you heard my stomach's comment on the matter. I think I deserve chocolate after this. Just got the middle to go now. I didn't put this in the right place. Oh well. Oops. Could have been a bit higher up. Right, how many have I missed? Don't think I have, you know. There's one. Right. Time is it? Oh, 10:30. Alright, let's take that away. Put that over there. Get this back. You down around. That's all we need to do with you. And get our pin pot, which was, there is now here. We have our first bobbins. Hooray! Let's grab my winder. Where is it? There it is. Attach it back to this bit of table. Here, grab one of these. Can't believe that's a metre and a half, but there we go. Scissors. And we only need enough to do this strip, so this should be more than plenty. Oh, this is the one with the wood dye, not the Sharpie. Pardon me. They do feel nice. They're nice and heavy. Do you like that? Now, the astute of you would say, why are you not making 16 winds onto one bobbin and then winding 8 back onto the other so that you have no knot? The answer is because fuck you, right? It's just easier to put bloody knots in it. See how this is over there already? It should be here. Done. Do you? Yeah, the weight of these is feeling good. I mean, I haven't done very much, admittedly, but the weight is feeling nice. Expelliarmus bobbins, indeed. That's considerable weight, and I like it because it keeps a tension on, and they stay where I put them. They don't have this. I mean, they're not encouraging to roll. I mean, they move quite nicely, but they do weigh, and I like it. Definitely like it. Not quite sure how many will fit in a stick comfortably. I mean, they do roll, but you have to kind of... It's like a car will roll if you push it, but unless you've got a good downhill vibe behind you, not so much, you know? Trying to keep the knots up around that first pin, because, well, not that it hugely matters. I mean, this is only the audition after all. What are you attached to? Let's make you a bit shorter. It's probably a bit short. There we go. You are short, so... Yeah, they have a nice... There's a strength, an inner strength to it, and it's hard to explain. I think it's a bit like you hammering your rope, nautical, in that there is this satisfaction of, I've hammered it, it's where I want it, that's how I want it, irrelevant of what it wanted. So yeah, I think this is going okay. be honest, everyone likes a ability to release that inner frustration, and whacking things is definitely on par with most of that. And you know, as someone who did karate, I can assure you, whacking things can be good for the soul. A friend of mine, well, I say a friend, a guy who I work with, I don't know him that well, to be fair. He sent me a message and he was like, I want to punch, stomp, stomp. And I went, and now you understand why I asked for a punch bag outside. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why I wanted a punch bag in the corridor outside where we used to have our office. And he went, punch bag? You're a genius. And he said, back in 5 minutes. And he went, you're right, we need punch bags. He's got a door hangable punch bag. Don't know why what's that from, but there we go. And he'd wandered off to go and punch it a little bit. And he felt so much better. And it's like, darling, I know I've been here 20 years. I know what they're like. You've been here like a year or so. You're a noob. You try 20 years of these people. But yeah, punch bags. I can't remember which film cartoon it is, but there's a character in a film who, I thought it was Homer Simpson, but I don't think it is now, where basically he ends up with a punch bag and he's so frustrated that he bites it, and you know, he kicks and stamps and punches it, and then he bites it. And I've so related to that expression of frustration. The punch bags clearly were the answer. Because obviously you're not allowed to do it to the people, so, you know. Now, not that I condone necessarily violence on your co-workers, but they don't bring it out in you. It's like driving. If you've driven around and you've said you've never been frustrated with another driver, you have not driven, my friend. You have not been driving, you know. Because for the most part, you only have to get to the end of your road and some bozo's kind of done something stupid. Yay! Hope it went well, Mika gets me. Can't quite see. I'm a bit too far away as to where this pin goes in there, like, no, this pin goes in there like that. Give me a pin. And not the sharp end, thanks. See, the only problem I do see is this, where somehow the slightly looser ones from on top end up going walkabout. So I might need I do like these. Good. Hopefully you've come away with some choices. Or even have actioned potentially upon one of them. If it's any consolation, I've been through menopause. I don't have to worry about none of that shit now. Now, I want to bring that down and have a look. It looks scrappy from where I'm sitting, but I think that's the knot more than anything else. Good. Well, there are plenty of temporary solutions to these things. And having done some of the temporary solutions, now obviously not everybody is suitable for all of the temporary solutions, but some are very reliable, and you know, but of course should you change your mind, you would be in a position then to cease the temporary solution and continue on as if nothing had happened, whereas obviously, well, if you do it permanently, it's kind of permanent, right? Now, that's not always a bad thing. Personally, I'd have opted for the permanent one myself. But here in England, we don't get those choices. They don't tend to do more permanent options for women. Basically under any circumstances, which is, unless it is medically required, which is slightly irritating. So, temporary solutions it is. I have done a couple. I know someone else who's done a third, because they can't do the ones that I've done. They do look smart, I like that. But as it is nearly 11 o'clock, I am going to cease fire for today. I need to put a stick around these bobbins for sure. Try not to muddle them too much. Okay. So that's them. But yes, very pleased with that. That's a good thing. Happy for that. happy that I've glued my bobbins. So as a reminder, hang on, tilt my bag so that all the bobbins are up, should we call it. So if I hold this down, these are the ones that we'd done originally, pop them there, and these are the ones that we made the other day, and that I've glued the ends on, hopefully. But as I say, I think these are a little more fragile. So just a few have laid down at the bottom, so I'm trying to encourage them to sit up straight. There we go. So and there are the other ones. So we have all of our bobbins, which is a good thing. So yes, we're in a position to make our strip, so hence we are starting. I am pleased with my creations, which is always a good sign, because, well, you should be. So it's remembering which bags they're in. I'm tying a knot with a, well, I'm doing a knot with a bow, so I know the ones with the bows are my bobbins. Yes, I that weighs quite a lot. I mean, I don't know exactly how much it weighs, can't be bothered to go, because I think I've only got human scales here. And my human scales don't have batteries in, because I don't need to know how much I weigh. The answer is more than required, so that's all I need to know. I am. I'm sorry. That's right, it's funny how these ones are loose, but all the others are really, really tight. Anyway, let's just push them up against the edge like that. Because that way they won't have the I'll pick them up and they'll slide out kind of issue. Because as I say, they do weigh a bit, and so I do think that should it get, should the dogs manage to send it flying, it could be a problem. But for the use of, it's quite pleasant. They're catastrophically... It's 11 o'clock at night, bite me. Catastrophically heavy for a bobbin, but exactly what I wanted. Because I'm not small and dainty, so small and dainty does not work for me. I'm going to put a pin in this bag, because this is the one that I was working from. And it is the one that I did all of the tops with bead glue, not with the glue gun. So this glue gun, I did like it. I do like it. It's quite a good little glue gun. there are only two things I don't like about it. One, which is there is no light to say that it's on or that it's hot enough, but that it's just the case of this stuff is as sticky once dry as it is when it's in this form, so it doesn't stick. It just kind of provides a layer between two objects and hopes. Now obviously if there is fabric or there is sufficiently porous, maybe it will grab hold of it a bit better, but it didn't grab hold of the sticks any good. So frankly, yeah, it's a bit weird. But it did mean I could fill all the caps of these ones with the glue, so that there is a bit of a chance that it is kind of a bit more cemented on, because obviously I had to sand down the tops, so the tops are now full of, well, plastic, because that's all it really is. It doesn't feel like glue, it feels like plastic. I mean, even while it's hot, I could rub it with, I could like go around the edge of the stick with my thumbnail and wipe it off. It wasn't even sticky when it was hot. So it really is just like melting plastic, and it kind of, I think that's all it actually is. But it's supposed to be Ultra Bond. No, that doesn't stick to shit. But to be fair, ball bearings are shiny. So at least, if nothing else, being the right shape, if these top beads come off for some reason, it should have something nice to kind of glue against to put it back. Stop licking my jumper, young man. You make everything so sodding wet. That's right, I'm just removing Rory off my jumper. Excuse me. Thank you. Because I should point out, where is it? This is a Rory thing, because he has long claws and won't let you trim them, and then they get stuck in your jumper, and yes, the number of times though he's been sleeping on a cushion and I haven't noticed him. He does the kind of lick, 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 and the next thing you know, it's sopping wet. He does it to the bed as well, don't you? You've done it to my pillow. You like licking things that smell of me, don't you? Yes. But I don't like you licking things that smell of me. I think it's nice that you like the smell, but I found a good scritching spot. We have our eyes shut and it's a good scritching spot. Anyway, I'm going to go and upload video, eat a load of chocolate and go to bed. That sounds like a really good plan to me. I shall endeavour to see you tomorrow. For this, I wish you farewell. I thank you for attending and your support, and I shall be back tomorrow evening. Bye bye.